Nice. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the channel. We've got about 2 minutes before the open. AMC is looking to open up big time. Tesla is looking to drop. About $16. So they're not looking very good, but AMC is looking to open up about to 1434, up almost 6%. GameStop also joining in the fun, opening up about 2% higher, up 579. And we'll go into some plays in a little bit here. Let's see where we're at on the open. Two minutes until open. Okay, so we've got AMC opening up 64 cents up to 4.67%. So looking pretty good there on the right on the open. I need to check something on my balances here real quick. And let's go over to my margin account. Whew. Wow. Well, there's a change. All right, so I am up over $10,000 right on the open. I'll talk about why here in just a few moments. So what we've got is we've got a huge drop on the S&P 500. The VIX index is up. Of course, I shorted the market yesterday in the SQQs. I'm actually negative on them right now. I actually bought in at 1363, but I also bought call options out to April 16th at a $15 strike price. Again, SQQ is a short. So when the S&P 500 goes down, the SQQ will go up. And apparently that's working out for me a little bit. But the biggest one on the money side for me right now is AMC. And that is definitely, can you guys, hey, if there's somebody in the chat room, can you all hear me? It looks like maybe my sound isn't working on YouTube. Let's see here. Did I have that turned on? No. So nice up for AMC on the start. Currently up 57 cents, up over 4% on the open. It dropped though, so we're barely up anything right now. Looks like the battle lines are drawn. Yeah. All right, let's take a look here. What do we got going? Oh, that's the screen I'm looking for. And boy, everything. My AMC is up right now. My N meter is up right now. My SQQs are up right now, big time. And short in the market can pay off. I was a little worried based on the Fed open market committee, so I took a long position in the SQQs, which is shorting the market, and so I was down about $4,000 at close yesterday, but now I'm like $10,000 up because of those positions, and it's not a lot. Total invested in the market right now, I've only got 77,000 invested. So we'll see how this plays out. Very, very risky position. 14.21 on AMC right now. GME is holding on to its gains. It's up $2 right now. And I need to, let me see something here. Yeah, it's just something on my YouTube. My volume isn't working. But it appears to be working. This is weird. All right, let's see. No. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna guess that my volume is working, but on my iPad it doesn't seem to be working. So I'm gonna reboot that thing and just see if we can fix that. Oops, where are we at here? Okay, big dislike about the iPad Pro is to turn it off. You have to hit 2 buttons. I don't like that part. Okay, let's see here. Now that turned quickly. All right, so we've got the S&P 500 down 20 points right now. We have the NASDAQ down 176. All the techs are getting hit again. And we have the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 35. We have AMC is up 61 cents. We have GameStop, which is up 77 cents, a little over a percent. Actually, just turned negative. It's flat compared to the open yesterday. So definitely some selling pressure on all the markets today. We'll go into which areas in about 10 minutes or so once the heat map opens up for us. And but definitely a good start if you shorted the market yesterday, which I happen to have done. So I had taken and built up a cash reserve based on the FOMC meeting. The FOMC meeting, the takeaways from that are that they think inflation is going to increase to about 2.2%. And the interesting thing is that here's the problem. And let me see if this thing updated. Let's go down to Thursday. Still don't have jobless claims reported. so let's see. Yeah, we're still waiting on initial jobless claims, which should have already came out already. So let me see, check my news source, and let me go to breaking news and see if I have it here. Okay, U.S. weekly jobless claims unexpectedly rise. Not unexpectedly for this guy. Analysis market feels like coiled spring after Fed. Bank of England sees recovery signs but stresses outlook still unclear. NASDAQ slides at open as bond yields spike, so we'll get into that. But it looks like I was right on unemployment, and there were a greater amount of initial claims. People are acting surprised on that. Not if you've been at this a while and you read the tea leaves a little bit and get a little bit lucky as well. Getting lucky certainly helps as well. So my balances are just jacked on this thing. Let's see here. Yeah, that's messed up. All right, Schwab is not reporting me accurate numbers this morning. Okay, so let's talk about, let's see here, jobless claims. I have to find a better source. 7 days ago. Oh, news. There we go. Jobless claims climb sharply, hit worse than expected, 770,000. So the estimate was for 700,000. I've been saying on the channel all week that I thought that number was low, that it was going to be greater than that, and I gave reasons for that with inflation and the Fed and everything else. Jeremy Powell came out yesterday and was talking about the Fed, and was basically speaking about the they're not going to do anything about inflation, is basically what it comes down to. And so right now what we have is we have the NASDAQ Composite Index trading down 176 points. We have the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 54 points, and we'll talk about what's working on those. And the S&P is now down 19 points. I took a short position yesterday, and I think my average cost on the SQQs, I bought 1,000 of those at boy, this is not updating, because I should be negative on this right now, but I'm not. At 1365, and it's showing, yeah, I'm down like 60 bucks on that one. The SQQQ options, I bought the $15 call options and I bought 150 call options on the S&P, so I went short the S&P by buying the SQQQs yesterday at 92 cents a contract, and so I'm down about 1,100 on that. But overall, I've got, AMC is killing it for me, so they're definitely up. So the SQQQs, again, I'm in at 1365. I was down about $4,000 yesterday at the close because of a huge spike in the S&P 500, and I was talking about beforehand that I didn't think it was going to be able to hold and sustain because I don't see any more good news out there. We've got problems in Europe. If you look at, I don't know, take a random, I don't think Drudge Report, if I can spell it right. You have this coming in. Oops, wrong one. That is not the right one. Yeah, now I'm getting spam. Let me type in the correct address here. Okay, there we go. COVID surge in EU flashes warning for USA. Brazil record cases. Paris faces weekend lockdown. Infection spike in 14 states. So now it seems like we've got a spike, and could that mean that we're going to retract and possibly lock down again? That's a good question. We'll see on that. The heat map isn't going to show just yet. We've still got a couple minutes before we see that open up with a whole bunch of red, and then we'll talk sectors. Let's see here. Okay. I don't know why. My speaker doesn't work out here. Okay, what is this? That's comments. All right, so the S triple Qs, yeah, this we got Tesla down $23. Everything's basically down. AMC barely holding on to any gains, up 49 cents. GameStop so it's up 4% though, 56 cents, which is good, above 14. Looks like a battle shaping up there. And again, we're gonna have a battle. Looks like for 200 on GameStop tomorrow. But we've got quadruple witching coming up, so that'll definitely be something that we're looking at. Okay. And while it's doing that, all right, let me see here. See if it's my iPad or. Huh. Well, this is weird. Huh. All right. I don't understand, but apparently the sound on my iPad is not working. But that's okay. We'll figure that out another time. There we go. GameStop back up now, up $1.91. AMC up 54 cents. Where's my, I need to pull this out of indices and put it up to owned. Okay, 1366. So now I'm positive on the S triple Qs as the S&P 500 drops. So basically, what I did yesterday was I shorted the market, and I shorted it before the FOMC. And I basically took the majority of all of my positions, both on Tuesday and yesterday, and converted them over to cash. So I had cash to devote to the market. I thought with the FOMC meeting that Jerome Powell would talk about inflation, would talk about rising yields on interest rates, and he did not. And then what happened was the S&P had a huge spike. So I'm down like $4,000 at market close yesterday. But I had confidence in my position. So again, I am long right now. I am long 1,000 shares of the S triple Qs at 1365 price, and I'm long 150 call options for April 16th on the $15 strike on the S triple Q. So I expect the markets to overall trade down between now and April 16th. But really, the short S triple Qs was a short-term play. I thought the S&P would basically tank. I was wrong by about 12 hours, it looks like, because it's tanking now, and by tanking, it's not down a lot. It's down 0.65%, but the volatility is going up, and the S triple Q. So the S triple Qs is exactly what it says down here. It's a ProShares trust. It's a short. So you're shorting the market, and it's leveraged, which means as the S&P goes down, my position will gain in value greater than the S&P loss. So basically, your boy shorted the market. It's working out right now. It did not work out yesterday afternoon, but I held it overnight, and it's working very nicely right now. I'm up like 7 grand. So I'm up about 5K on the week right now. I've only got one position, excuse me. I've got 2 call options, or I've got 50 call options on Ford that are up 20% right now. I've got my SQQQ, my call options are up 37% right now. And my SQQQs are up 5%. My end meter calls are going to expire worthless tomorrow. I'm pretty sure on that. But I still own 5,000 shares of the stock. And AMC, I'm up about 5.8% combined on my shares and my options. I've got 30 call options that expire tomorrow on AMC at $4, and I'm thinking I may let those exercise. And hey, if there's somebody in the room, if you can hear my voice, let me know. It doesn't seem to be working on my iPad for some odd reason. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. Haven't had that happen before. I hope it ain't broken. So SQQQs are at 1370. Let's look at some of the other things going on. We've got the yield spiking again, and where am I? Here we go. We've got the 10-year spiking up 9.6 cents with a yield of 1.742. So 1.742% yield on the U.S. 10-year, and then the 30-year going up 6 cents to 2.486%. So those are both trading up, and when those go up, basically it's an inverse, and we can look at the dollar going up as well, and that's not good either. When the dollar goes up, the market goes down. When yields go up, the market goes down. When the S&P goes down, the SQQQs go up. So I'm digging that right now. I'm a happy camper that I shorted the market, at least for now. We'll see. I'll probably be wrong, and the S&P will spike, and we'll be on another bull run that I'll miss. But everything in my math says that I'm right. MarketWatch still hasn't updated. When this is the one big one that people watch, so we'll see when they decide to update their jobless claims, which already came out, and we missed it by 70,000. So it spiked, unemployment spiked, so more people are out of work. More new claims have come in. They expected about 700,000 new claims. The actual claims were 770,000. So that's not a good sign for the market as well, which totally puts what Powell said yesterday into perspective, that they're hiding stuff, and what they're trying to do is, when you have rates as low as they are, short-term rates, they can't cut them anymore. There's nowhere to cut to, and so when they're talking about inflation going up, they're really talking about rates are rising on the 10-year and the 30-year, and so you're talking about a rate increase. But then he talked about saving jobs and how well the market did and everything else. And it's like, dude, you're the Federal Reserve. You're not in charge of the stock market. The stock market needs to act independently. It doesn't. And then we've got COVID cases surging in the EU, record cases in Brazil, Paris facing a weekend lockdown, and infections spike in 14 states. What those spikes are is a good guess, but now we're hitting into the reality side of the market that there's not a lot of good news. What good news is left out there? Hey, do me a favor, if you're in Twitch, let me know if you can hear me. My sound on my iPad isn't working, so I can't confirm. So if you can hear me in the chat, if you can really quickly type a yes down below, or on YouTube if you can hear me. Okay, you can hear me. Good. Thank you. Good morning, Dennis. Nice to see you. So, Bitcoin is down 106. Ethereum dipped a little bit at 57,864. Ethereum is down to 1790, so broke through the 1800. I'm not worried about that. I'm looking to buy more Ethereum. So if it goes down some more, the last time I bought it was at 1450. I'm okay because absolutely a long-term hold for me. AMC, our boys are up 75 cents, and I got a new shirt. Stonks only go up. I've got another one that I bought that will be for tomorrow, but this is my new shirt. I bought it actually on my birthday on Monday. I bought it, and it was on Amazon, and it was basically a print on demand, and I think it was like $15 or something like that. I don't even know how much it was, but I've got another one for tomorrow that's even better. So make sure you tune in tomorrow, and we'll have another one. So AMC 1426 again. I think the battle for GameStop, if I were to guess right now. Again, you're seeing this disconnect. I've talked about it before. I talked about it on Reddit a little bit and got slammed by a couple people telling me I was nuts, and they're still correlated. I don't believe them to be correlated. I think AMC separated from GME long before this. But if you take a look at AMC, and if you go to a 1 hour chart, and I do a comparison, and I do a compare to GME. Okay, and let me close the external, the aftermarket, pre-market. Okay, you see this? This is GameStop. This is AMC. So you had a huge divergence, a separation in what each of those do, and I don't think we're connected to it. If anything, we're seeing outflows of money from GameStop, which is down 244, and flowing into AMC. And I talked about that before. And really, what led me to that decision was volume. When I looked at volume, when AMC ran, and AMC did huge gain, we're up on Monday 20-something%, and GameStop was trading down, but we did over 200 million shares in volume on AMC. So 200 million shares of volume on AMC, and we're at right now we're 27 million. Let me move my coffee. I'm gonna spill that. I know at one of these times. I gotta find a better spot for it because I like my calculator right here. So right now we are at 27 million divided into 152, 10-day average. 18% of the volume has already been traded on AMC. So now let's look at GameStop, and you got 1.94 million. Divided into 58.27, and you got 3% of volume. So you've got low volume historically over a 10-day period on GameStop, and yet you have almost 20% already on AMC within the first 25 minutes of the market. So I believe that we've already disconnected from GameStop. And I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. So this is actually a good sign. Again, I do not own any GameStop shares. I've never owned any GameStop shares. I have nothing against the company. I just think that AMC is a better company, and I believe that all this other stuff that's going on about how we wish it does this, there's a better chance of that with AMC than there is with GameStop going forward. I could be wrong, and this will probably spike again, and it'll probably run up to $400, and you can make some money on it. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it looks like all the smart money, all the stimmy money went into AMC, and that's going to continue. And I've got reserves up to yin yang right now. I sold so much stuff at a profit. I sold all my U.S. oil, which I'm glad I did. Now it's going down. I sold all of my Ford position, my entire Ford position I sold, and I left 250 shares of Ford in case I want to buy a Mach-E. And then I turned around and I put, so I still have a lot of cash available right now to devote to battles, let's call it. But I put $26,000, I shorted the market by $26,000. So I shorted the market by $26,000, and it's up today about $4,000 right now today. So that's looking pretty good. Overall though, so how did I short the market? I shorted it, and I own this right now at 1365. So I'm actually down a little bit. I was down after the Fed came out. This thing crashed yesterday off at 1678. I was happy before the Fed meeting. Then the Fed came out and said, yeah, we think everything's rosy and everything's perfect, and bull market for the future. And I don't believe that to be true. I still don't believe it to be true. And this is the first time I've been bearish on the market overall in a long time. And I can't find any good news. If y'all can find some good news for me versus jobless claims hitting worse than expected, 770,000, they still haven't updated it on this website on MarketWatch. I got to find a new source, a better source. But the fact that, jobless claims are worse and inflation is going up and you have treasury yields going up. Now we're up 10 cents on the 10-year and we're up 6.7 cents on the 30-year. Look at this 10-year. Let's go out to a daily. If you don't think inflation is coming in here from January, this is basically being ignored by the market. Everything that we've gained this year has been ignored by the stock market. Everything we've gained in yields this year. You can't have yields going up like this quickly without ramifications and consequences. And I think those consequences are going to come in right here. So looking at the heat map, you've got tech taking a hit. You've got financials. You got financials that are actually doing pretty well today. Energy's taking a hit. Oil is down. I still believe in the long-term case for oil. I want to buy some U.S. oil back. For example, where are we at here? Can we find it? I moved it down here. And what did I sell my U.S. oil at? Let's see here. Let me find one before I look at the chart. 44.01. Okay, so I dumped my U.S. oil at 44.01. So divide into 44.01. So I protected about 2% of profit so far. So I want this to dip again. It looks like I might be able to buy it back at 39 or 40 or so. I'm going to draw a quick line so that I don't have to do it later. And my start point here, I will go here. And that's just for me looking for an entry point again. And I'm going to put a quick alert in there. Yeah, we'll leave it at 40.77. That's fine, once per bar. Okay, so now I've got an alert that if it comes down there to take a look at it again, and now I can kind of ignore it from where it's at. But that's kind of where we're looking at. Microsoft is down, techs are down. Back to the heat map real quick here. So Starbucks, Nike, McDonald's are up. We've got some utilities that are up. We've got the drug sector is up. Again, drug sector is going to go up if you hold some of those as long as COVID is around and as long as we're seeing spikes and increases. Darn it, I said the word. The situation. Darn it. Probably getting a video pulled over on the YTube. They don't like when you talk about things like pandemics and viruses. So Google, Facebook down, Tesla down 3.39%, Apple and Microsoft down, Nvidia down, all the tech sector. I sold my Nvidia calls, and again, I screwed up. And how did I screw up? It ran up. Nvidia ran up yesterday. I had calls expiring Friday at 5:45. Okay, and it ran up yesterday to 5:40, and I got out right about here. So I should have sold up here. I was up a couple grand, but I still lost big time. I lost my shirt on that damn thing. But my short market, my AMC is definitely making up for it big time, along with my Ford and USO profits. So it didn't hit me that bad. Again, as long as your losses are less than your gains, you're still in positive territory. So I lost out on that a little bit, but right move because it's now lower than what I sold my call options at that expire tomorrow. And I knew. I didn't know what would happen with the Fed from the standpoint. I knew what the numbers were. I knew what the reality was. I didn't know that they would lie to us and basically paint this rosy, everything is great picture when the real people managing the money in the big banks and Wall Street and hedge funds know better. So I took a short position in the market at 1365, 1,000 shares on the SQQs. I could be wrong. The S&P could bounce and we could be back on the roller coaster going up again. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't hope for the market to go down, but to me, the market it literally is a game, and it's a casino, and I'm a retard, right? And I'm a Gendy. So Gendy, I like that term, by the way, for Gendies. So you know, if you're talking about Gendi degens, that works out pretty good as a name. So I'll be a Gendi. So we've got AMC, nice climb, 90 cents, 14.49. Too early to call if we'll see a battle for 15. It's shaping up for 14, but I think there's a lot of people with arrows in their quiver like me sitting with cash ready to jump in. And we talked about, or we didn't talk about yesterday, but when you look over on Fintel and you look at the institutional owners, guess who came back in? And you guys are probably already aware of this. Hey. And let me go into the filings here. The S&P is down 22. NASDAQ is down 203 now. The Dow Jones up 4. I clicked on this. Get over here. No, you were just outside. You ate. You got to go outside a second time, my dog. And now she's looking at me. And I already gave you your hugs too. So now you got to wait a little bit. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at buyers. And they updated some things from last week. I was looking at this. Give it a second to update. There's the update. Fidelity stepping up to the plate. Now, not in a big way. Not in a big way. They more than doubled their position. Look at this one. Look at this. Fidelity Small Cap Index Fund. Previous shares 50,000, up 514,000 shares total. So they doubled their position in this one. They freaking 10 times it. They 10 times their position in the small cap fund. Fidelity did on the buy side on March 17th. So yesterday. So you know you can't tell me that we're making a difference, that we don't have people on our side. Now again, nothing against GameStop. I have nothing against GameStop. I really don't. I hope they succeed. I've already said it. I will buy a PS5 from GameStop when they're in stock. Hey. Nope, wrong one. Sorry. Let's do a search here. There we go. Here we go. I clicked on the wrong one. All right, so now let's look at GameStop and let's go into ownership and let's look at buyers and we will compare the two. So now looks like Fidelity. So look at the difference. So here's the difference though. Fidelity bought some GameStop, but they took a position from 373 to 385. In AMC, they took a position from 50,000 shares up to 500,000 shares in just one fund. The other three funds doubled their position in AMC. They took a very small positional increase in GameStop. So if you're looking for which one the money is plowing into, the story says AMC, and you can't tell me that I'm wrong on this, because I'm not. And I will admit when I'm wrong. I blew my NVIDIA calls. Those things, I was profitable in the damn things 3 weeks ago, and when it popped up above 545, I didn't take my profit and I held it, and I turned it into like a $16,000 loss. So we're not one of those that's going to talk about only gains on this channel. I'm going to talk to you about my losses as well. All right. So wait for it to change. There's a change. All right. So Fidelity, 2,900 to 4,200 shares, almost a double. 7,600 to 16, a double. 50,000 shares to 514,000 shares. That is a 10 times buy on AMC. You have to click on this to figure out what day they did that on. Another one there, and then we're back to the Vanguards earlier. So Vanguard is following, or I'm sorry, Fidelity was following this for a while. and they bought in at a higher price. They waited, a couple weeks, it looks like, to plow their money into AMC. But you're not seeing that. Here's Vanguard. So here's the difference. Vanguard went into GameStop too. Okay, so this is GameStop, and they went into them as well. But look at the pricing they went in on. They didn't double their positions on any of these. They took very, very small positions and increased it. They still own a bunch though. So, they basically averaged down. They lowered their cost basis. Maybe they have shares at a greater amount, and they're thinking, hey, this thing gets hammered. I've got a share price up here. I'm going to buy down here. I'm going to lower my cost basis, right? I'm going to lower my cost basis. That's what I did yesterday with my SQQs. I started out with 100 calls on the SQQs, and then I turned around and the price at the time was $13.65. The S&P, once the Fed came out, announced their things, and the SQQs tanked some, and then the S&P went up, and I bought 50 more calls on the SQQs for April 16th, $15 strike price, shorting the market, and I averaged down. That average down has turned into today, so far, a $3,900 gain on my call options for April on SQQ. And my SQQs, I'm now up $730 today, but $76 overall on the overall buy. So I think what did I sell Iterum at? 173. I need to look at that. I dumped all my pharma on Iterum. Let me find it in here. Where is it? There it is. What did I sell it at? Hold on. Orders. 173. I'm wrong. I'm wrong by 3 cents. That's okay. I'm good with that. I wanted to be in a heavy cash position to take opportunities to buy. So again, don't do what I do. But the SQQs, if you believe the market is going to continue going down, the SQQs is opportunity to buy back into it. Your worst downside appears to be at 11.76 short term. So 11.76 divided into 13.73 is a 14% decline. Okay, versus even if it goes from 13 to 20, you're almost looking at a double. You're 65% return if we get that correction we talked about. So I think that, and I don't have you guys up here, so if you're asking any questions, good morning. Charlie 4912, good morning. Good morning to you. Nice to see you in the chat. Thanks for coming by. So again, let's go into, all right, let's look at our AMC again. AMC holding strong, 93 cents, up $14, up to $14.50. Hit the oops, sorry, boom, 3 minute externals. Okay, hit 14.52 on a, somebody got a bad fill. Not bad now. I hope they held. So they bought it at 14.52. They realized their mistake, screwed up, and then they sold out at 14.02, buying at the high and selling at the low. I did that with my NVIDIA calls. I know the feeling. So we're at 14.41. AMC is up 6.34%. GameStop's selling off a little bit, 205. I think the battle there for tomorrow is going to be at 200, and they're down 2%. So the sell, excuse me, the sell-off you could just attribute to normal market fluctuations based on everything else in the market being down, with the exception of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which is held up by the financials right now. And what's aerospace doing? It's our buddies down here at Boeing. Boeing down a little bit. So if you want to scalp, that's always been a good one to scalp if the S&P starts to bump up a little bit. But a lot of red. All the tech is red. But again, I'm going to review this every freaking day because I need to, for my own purposes, to determine if I'm wrong or right about the market and what I'm telling you guys. Okay, so what I did was I drew lines on the S&P 500. And let me go to the 1 hour. And the vertical line is where I made these adjustments. that's where I said, if the market's going to go down, what's it going to go down to? And then what I did was I basically said, let me get them all in here. Okay, if we get a drop, the first drop is going to be about 7%. Okay, so I think there's a chance of that. It's got to retest it. It came back down here. It came back down here. Waffled over here. It formed a new resistance up here, broke through that, turning that old resistance now into support. So the first support is right around that 30 called 3,700. Okay. Then the next drop down, which I think would only be temporary, and it may blow through this and go right to a 9% drop, but then the real drop comes in at 20%. So if we hit 20%, again, it's not that it's a bad thing for the market to retest, but I don't see any more good news out there. And maybe I'll be surprised. But if you look at the SPY and you say, well, 20% would, that would just kill the market. I don't know. It's, again, I don't hope that the market goes down, but I definitely, I'm on the correct side of it right now temporarily at this moment on a 3-minute chart. The play I made to short the market, I got killed, absolutely murdered yesterday when Powell spoke. This damn thing went down to 1276, and I'm scratching my head, and I'm like, all right, did I screw up? I put the play in the chat yesterday. I said what I bought, the 1,000 shares of SQQ shorts at 1363, and then I had to live through this downside to 1276. Now, at some point in here, I think at this stage, I bought 50 more calls. Then it got slammed down again, and I'm like, I'm an idiot. I'm wrong. Everybody else is right, and the stock market's going to go bullistic, and I'm going to be on the wrong side, and I'm going to lose, 14 grand or whatever. I wake up this morning in the pre-market, and the whole damn thing is back up again. And from the SQQs, which means the Dow is down. But we're at 20.5 on the VIX right now. If you look down here, the S&P is at 39. So, so right now today, let me see here. I'm up 9,800 bucks today versus I was down 4 grand at the close yesterday, 3,900, I think, or 3,500 overall, I believe it was. I don't know. I don't tend to look too much in the past, especially when gains or losses are unrealized. So I have an unrealized gain right now at 10 grand almost that I could take today. But I don't think we're done yet. And so I don't think we're done yet when you look at the market and you say, okay, what's going up and what's going down? And we say, okay, even Bitcoin and Ethereum are down just a little bit. Tesla's down 3.6%. GameStop's down 2%. Rocket down 1.85. Again, I sold all my Rocket. I no longer own that, and I get a dividend of 800 bucks no matter what on the 23rd. Palantir back into 24.75. So Palantir is interesting because that's always been a pretty good, reliable buy at 25 bucks. Going back to November, anytime it dipped below at this area, you were okay to buy back in. Got up to 45. I don't think we'll see that anytime soon. And they don't report earnings again until May 13th. And AMC, the bright spot. Okay, you've got Nvidia down. You've got Ford up. Ooh, my 9 meters is up. I've got $2 call options on those tomorrow. I'm gonna lose my ass. They're not worth anything. But I own 5,000 shares at $1.83. So that's a pharma, so I'm holding on to that one. And of course, the SQQs, the short, are up. Now let's look at oil is down, NASDAQ is down, S&P is down, Dow is up just a little bit. Dow is up 26 points. Dollar is up 40 cents. The 30-year bond or 30-year yield is up 6.7 cents. The 10-year yield is up 10 cents. That's huge. And of course, the VIX is up 6%, which is the volatility. Come back down as the S&P recovers very, very slightly. Workhorse down 6%, AMD down 3%, Roblox down 3%, back down to 74. That's interesting. Again, options were introduced on Tuesday on Roblox. USO, I've got an alert set for 40 bucks. I'll take a look at buying that back possibly if it dips down to 40 based on the fundamentals, the TA, and what's going on in the Middle East and OPEC, and depending if this surge actually turns into something. I don't know, maybe there's elections coming up and they need more control in Europe based on what we talked about, we saw in the Drudge report. CLSK is down another 2% to 23.27. Microsoft down 1%, 1.84%. The TLTs are down. Intel down 80 cents. Oil, ExxonMobil down 1.3%. Chevron down 1.1%. PSLV, which supposedly holds. PSLV is a silver play, but they apparently hold physical silver. SLV apparently does not. You're just buying phantom shares of actual silver. I basically buy the physical silver. That's what I do. SPY is down. Boeing is up. Ooh, scalp? Scalp, perhaps? I called this TA. This was back in October. I said, hey, if Boeing comes down, its next stop is 188. Got down to 191 in February. So some of my earlier TA I leave up. You had a whole bunch of people with profits. Maybe they took those there. And now we're back on a run up because we've had good news on the 737 and everything else. I didn't buy back in, so I left that. Sometimes I leave the stuff on the charts for a while. It confirms my strategies, and I can look back and say, okay, I was right about the pullback. What I was wrong about is I didn't go out and buy the damn thing, right? I just let it sit and plowed my money into something else like, oh, I don't know, AMC. Because stonks only go up. Diamond hands. Okay. All right. So we've got GM is up actually right now. Oshkosh B'gosh is up. I call them, I don't care. I know they make vehicles, but I still call them Oshkosh B'gosh because I'm freaking old. GM up 2% today. They had news on recalls, and let's see, Proterra to supply batteries for Lightning e-motors commercial electric vans. Okay, they're overvalued right now. I'm sorry, compared to Ford. Ford is a much better play. And then gold is down a little bit, silver's down a little bit, platinum's down a little bit. I own silver and platinum. 26 though, if we hold 26, that's good on silver. But again, I'm more of a collector. I'm not a speculator on precious metals, but I did buy the collectibles for the value of them. I haven't checked what my 1 ounce silver West Coast Mint ones have done lately. Let's get back up to here. Let's see our buddies. AMC holding on to that. It wants to get up to that dollar gain spot in camp. And by camp, I just mean that it's going to go up to a level and it's going to stay there. So we're starting to look at that level being formed today. Again, I discount everything within about the first 15 minutes of the market. You have people panicking. You have people with market on buy or market on open buy or sell orders. Then things settle out. And about an hour after the market opens, I remove my pre-market and my post-market from my charts for the day because I don't need them anymore. I'm more because of the low volume. It doesn't come into play. The volume on post-market yesterday and really pre-market today really, in my opinion, only matters in about the first 20 minutes. After that, all bets are off, and then you're looking at the prior day. We did approach an overbought position in AMC, and that was about 10 minutes ago or so. Yeah, 10 minutes. About 10 minutes or so ago, 10, 15 minutes ago. But still got the blue line above the red, still got buyers, and our buyers are more than our sellers. Now, you're like, you're full of shit. What are you talking about, crypto? Well, if you look at the sell volume over here, that's all fine and dandy in the first 20 minutes, but we haven't encountered any selling resistance, and the couple bars we have at a 3-minute, those are lower than the buy volume was. Again, I discount that a little bit. I could be wrong. That's just what I do. And the volume, we've got a lot greater volume today than we did yesterday. So that's good news. So we're at 7:30. We'll do a volume calculation at 7:30, 10:30 Eastern, and 7:30 in the morning here Pacific. We'll do a volume calculation on AMC and GME. But AMC looking nice, up $6. Can we battle for 15? Is a good question. I know that's one that we're looking at. Got a wall at 1450. Okay, let me pull up. Give me a second here, and we'll go into this. Hey, close that, and let's minimize. Okay, here's our AMC. Let me drag this one down a little bit. 1450 wall. The problem with this is I can't freeze it. Yeah, 16,000 shares at 1450. I think it looks great. Honestly, the 1450, if we've got those sellers, this may adjust though. If you got 17,000 shares and say, okay, we've got a wall at 1450, that's more psychological and emotional because it's a zero at the end of it. So anything with a zero on the end of it, like 1460, 1470, 1480, 1490 doesn't matter. 1450 matters. $14 matters. $13.50 matters, $15 matters, $15.50. It's the same thing with options. You're always going to see more options and more buy and sell interest because it's only interest. Those may be fake orders. And by fake orders, they may be algorithm controlled that says, give me, if we're at 1440, give me $1 above where it's trading at right now and put limit orders in on all those. And then it may say that, okay, if it approaches that, and let's say it hits 1445, maybe that 1450 now goes to 1475. You with me? So it all depends on what's happening. But the fact that we're building consolidation right here and our volume is at least initially greater than the selling volume is a good sign. Again, we don't necessarily want 10, 15. We want 10, 11, slight retest, 12, retest, 13, 14, 15, 16. What's our comparable at? It's not GameStop again. Our comparable, my comparable, is Cinemark. Cinemark's at 23.72. We're getting closer. It's almost like they're converging, isn't it? So if you look at where they're converging, if that were to happen, if Cinemark trades more like the market, and all the Vanguards and Fidelities and Northern Trust and Schwab and Merrill, if all these mutual funds that bought AMC believe in the company, they already start doing what I was doing, and they probably did it well before me, but maybe not because I got in before they did, that their fundamental analysis dictates that they're closer to trading where Cinemark's value should be. That's always been my initial due diligence first stop. Regardless of what we want to happen and we're hoping for, right, to make bank, I still look at the fundamentals of a stock. AMC, in my opinion, has been trading more on the fundamentals than GameStop has over the last month. GameStop had a huge jump, and if you got your shares out at 348, congratulations. If you still own some GameStop, chances are you'll probably get another chance. I don't know when that's going to be. I don't own any, so I don't do as deep due diligence on GameStop as I do on AMC. I'll look at it from a TA, technical analysis, and fundamental analysis, but for the most part, I will look at the fundamentals of AMC over them. So if you take 14 and 23, you're basically looking at a convergence around 20, maybe. Total guess. I'd have to dig into that more. Don't take my word for anything. But S&P recovering just a little bit here, and let's take a look at that. I'm going to have to let her out here in a second. S&P is down 20. Nasdaq is down 200. Dow is up 87. Let's look at the heat map. Come here, mouse. Okay. All right, so I will leave this up for a moment. You guys can watch the time and sales. 1430, slight pullback a little bit. You got your Dow, your Nasdaq, and your S&P up here. Here's your time and sales. A little bit of red there, a little bit of pressure on the stock. Here's your level 2 quotes, and I will be right back. I'm gonna go take her outside real quick. Okay, let's go. Come on. You gotta go outside. Let's go outside. It's not for you, it's for my breakfast. All right, what'd I miss? My breakfast today, crackers, cheese, and salami. These are little Amazon protein packs that I buy that were delivered yesterday. Okay, 14.21, down another 10 cents, huh? S&P climbing back a little bit, which means now I'm only up 700-800 on the day. I'll take it. The go to the 5-minute chart here. Why is this showing? How did this get to 15 minutes? Yeah, it's saying resistance at 1407 and then 1381 with a pivot that I can't tell what it says. 1341 for a pivot. Not when it's disconnected. Sorry, Schwab. You and your Fibonacci's are not the boss of me. I think for myself. But I do listen to them every once in a while. All right, so let's get back into it. AMC still up 69 cents at 14.26. We'll see what happens here. Volume's still not greater than the buy volume. But as we get closer to lunchtime on the East Coast, we'll see the volume's going to drop off. So let's take a look at where we're at after the, it's 7:30. So that's my volume check that I look at. 48 divided into 152. 32% of the volume. So almost a third of the volume in the first hour. That's a good sign, but it's going to die off, right? And that die off is going to give opportunity for those on the short side to battle it and grab it and get it below 14. So they may possibly want to make the battle for 14 for the week. However, I think tomorrow, we're going to see significant buying and significant battles. The good news is we've got institutions on our side now. So it's not just all of us Redditors or degens that are out there buying it. You have a lot of other folks that are in it. Vanguard and Schwab and Northern Trust and Fidelity are all in and now appear to be on our side. So we'll see. Tesla dropping down. So again, we got 31% of the volume already, a third of the volume almost. Excuse me. On AMC, 4.147 divided into 58.27. So 32% of the volume. GameStop is only trading 7% of its daily volume right now. So, or of its average volume. So, but 211. That's good. And it's got options on the 5s and 10s. So it's got options at 205. It's got options at 200, etc. Let's take a look at the options chain. And let's take a look at the call options. And in the money. Oh, look, there's a little P. There's my call option way up here. Huh. Gee, hedge funds, I don't think you're going to drive it down for me to lose money on this. I still have those options. I got 30 of them, and I'm leaning towards letting them exercise and see what happens next Monday and Tuesday and make those SOBs go out and buy my shares. So hopefully they hedged against me. Phantom, probably not. Although I don't know if it's Schwab that took my position or if I got it from somewhere else, so who knows. So looking at, these are all the in the monies. Let's go to the around the money. And I will take this and I will spread it out a little bit because we want to see this right here. Oops. Open interest. And let's see. This is hard to read, but here's a $14 mark. And you've got 28,000 on AMC, 9,600 at 14.50. Open interest, you got 48,000. You got 24,000 contracts today at 15. Volume already. So you've got over, let's see, 24 and 40. You've got 50% of all the open interest contracts from yesterday, 24,000 volume on that today already. Wow. That's significant. Okay, so 14.50. So right now they're in the options market. You see all these pluses. These are all up today on the change, and then you see the bids and the asks and see if are they going down. Well, as we get further away, you're going to see some red down here because they're not going to be able to. They're saying the chance for that isn't as good. You want a treat? Here. You have your bone. It's standing up in the middle of the floor. You have that you can play with, and let me get her treat going here. She's just a little ball of energy this morning, aren't you? Aren't you? Right? Go. Okay, she's got her puzzle ball, and hopefully that'll keep her from whining for me to hug her, at least initially. All right, so back to this. Okay, so look at all these contracts. This is only from the 850s. Look at this. All these contracts expire tomorrow. Every one of these is in the money. Every single one. So I've got about the second most popular one. You got a lot of people at $5. When I bought these, I paid a premium for them. So my break even was somewhere around 8 something. I think it was 8 something is what it was when I bought it. Prepare the popcorn. AMC opening more movie theaters. Okay, so yeah, they said they will have all of them open by March 24th, I think. March 26th. AMC will have 98% of all its theaters open by March 26th. And I saw that story earlier. Gapping up, premature gappers. Yeah, we knew that already. Let me clear these out so I know that I read them. Let's go into breaking. Let's check the news page. And they'll be talking about unemployment claims. U.S. weekly jobless claims rise. Mid-Atlantic factory activity near 50-year high. That could be good news. Market levels coiled spring after Fed. Yep. Bank of England welcomes signs of recovery, but is split over outlook. Let's see. Special report, the ex-Pfizer scientist who became an anti-vax hero. Okay, whatever. U.S. stock NASDAQ slumps as bond yields surge. So again, you had Powell come out yesterday, and everybody's saying, oh, the economy's great, everything's going to do fantastic, everything's good, bull, buy the S&P, new highs, Dow new highs, NASDAQ 100 composite, new highs, everything's great. Then the S&P drops, and it's like Jerome Powell doesn't exist anymore. Everything he said yesterday, gone. Now, the only reason, because they wouldn't make this connection yesterday during their Treasury rise, right? These things have been going up all year, Treasury yields. But now that the market is pulling back after that, it says NASDAQ slumps as bond yields surge. All right. Thank you, Captain Obvious. We tried to tell you all that the other day, that as you know, this FOMC meeting, you know, I was a little worried yesterday afternoon. I didn't say anything about me being wrong on my call to short or being wrong on my call for the FOMC. I knew the data supported my position. I didn't think they would go out and bullshit as much as they did at that meeting. They had no comment on jobless claims for this morning, yet they knew damn well that jobless claims were going to exceed what the estimate was, and they didn't say a word about it. So then S&P goes like this, my SQQs go like this. And I'm like, crap, I blew it. I'm on the wrong side of the trade. What am I going to do? I didn't do shit. I went out to Red Robin and had a birthday dinner on a date with a girl last night. So that's what I did. And I got a free birthday burger out of Red Robin. The first time I had been there in like a year and a half. And I got the mushroom and Swiss burger. Oh, dynamite. That and a tall Hefeweizen beer was amazing. Really, really nice to get out there. And I'll tell you what, they had every other table had somebody in it. I called ahead and they saved a table for me for 6 o'clock my time, even though they're really not supposed to do that. But I'm super nice to people. Oh, by the way, here's a restaurant tip. If you're not already doing this, please do it. When you go into a restaurant and somebody comes up and says, hey there, what can I get for you? Any drinks or anything? Look at them directly in the eye and say, hi, hope you're doing great today. Hey, what's your first name? And my server's name was Melissa. She did introduce herself. So I said, hello, Melissa. How's your day going? And she goes, it's going great. I said, mine too. We'll take a couple waters. I'm going to have a beer. What do you want? She said she had a beer as well. I forget what she got. I totally don't even remember. But by doing that, by acknowledging the server's first name, by hoping that they're having a good day, these servers will absolutely kiss your ass the entire time you're at the restaurant. It's never failed me. It has literally never failed me. Get the first name of your server. Even if they say hello, say, hey, how you doing? Use their first name. Why? Because 99% of all people out there are not going to do it. And when you do that, they will treat you like a king and a queen every single time. And it's just something that I do. So I enjoyed my burger out last night. I enjoyed my foray. But the tables, they're supposed to be at 25% here in Washington State until the 22nd. And they were probably 55% full. And the bar was packed too. It was St. Patrick's Day as well. All right, so this damn song. Sorry about the white noise. I don't know how to. Can I downvote that? What is this? Oh, that's download. I don't want to download. I'll just go to the next song. Apparently, there's a song in this playlist. I use Epidemic Sound so I don't get DCMA'd. But, you know, so Red Robin was good. So back to the Fed. So with the Fed, I don't think they were honest with us. I think inflation, if you look at all your gas prices going up to the moon, basically up over $1.50 or so over the last 5 months or so. Again, I've got a $4.50 gas target. I didn't look at gas. What was it the last time we looked at it? Anybody remember? I want to say 82.4. 282.4. Wow. 6 cents. Exactly 6 cents. 2.884. We were at 824 when I looked at it. I don't think I looked at it yesterday. I think on Tuesday we looked at it. We were at 3 California. I want to say 3. I don't even know. 378? No, 387. So it was probably a little higher than that. But it was 378, I think, on Monday or so. I paid $344 for 89 octane that I put in my Jeep Cherokee. Oregon $314. I also look at Illinois, Pennsylvania, and New York. So $309 for Illinois, taxes $304 for Pennsylvania, $291 for New York, $286 in Florida. Tennessee usually has super low prices. I got some friends that retired there. Alaska 310, but California knocking on the door. So I think if average prices get up to 450, that'll put U.S. oil at $70 a share, I think, somewhere around there. I've got a target up there, but I'm waiting for U.S. oil to pull back a little bit because we haven't quite, the market hasn't quite connected to that yet. So if gas prices continue to go up, in my book, that equals inflation, and that's going to go into the overall economy. It's a lag, right? So you have gas prices going up, that lag. Initially, companies absorb that cost and they say, well, hopefully it'll go down. Yet, gas prices, oil has been going like this, right? So if you look at oil, and we'll look at we can look at the light crude for the U.S., and let's take this out to a weekly. Okay. So that's on weekly, daily. Let's go daily. Because daily you'll see the slight pullback here. And then Brent crude, also very, very slight pullback from 71.38. Caffeine makes me cough. I was diagnosed with asthma years ago, and I haven't taken pills for it or albuterol, any of that stuff for like 25 years. I'm done with it. But caffeine and Coca-Cola make me want to cough a little bit, but I don't take anything for it because I don't care anymore about that because I just manage through it. But if you look at Brent crude at 68, again, I've got a price target for U.S. oil. I set an alert for 40, and I'm about $2 away from it. So I set an alert to possibly buy back in. Now, I may be wrong. If it goes back up and it breaks through these two dojis over here, this 43.50 level, I may jump back in. So if I jump back in, I'm just not confident with showing you guys all my positions yet. I'll get there. You all have to bear with me. Eventually, I'll open up to the world exactly everything I'm doing. Let me see my orders. 44.01. So I sold all of my U.S. oil except for my leaps through January of next year at $57. I may pick up more of those, by the way. When this hits 40 or comes back down, even if it doesn't, if it bounces back up to 43. 43.50 or so, 43.41, 43.40. If it drops up, if it goes up another $1, I can buy them back at 43.40. Let me get a little line in here so I can remember what the heck I'm doing. If I buy back in, I'm still buying it back at 50 cents less than what I sold it for at a profit. So it's still a winner if I have to buy back in than a higher price than I think this is going to drop to. But I fully expect the climb in oil to continue. I think it has to. They need to make up the profits that they lost during the pandemic in April when it bottomed out. So basically, it bottomed out. We're on a daily chart here, but we bottomed out in April. 2nd of March on Brent crude. U.S. oil bottomed out in April. I'm sorry. U.S. oil bottomed out in April. So I fully expect this to continue. But like a stock, oil's a commodity. And you can look at, let's see, if we go to, just type in Mideast news. And then I'll use my DuckDuckGo. I'll click on news. And it just gives me the headlines. Pilots reunite from. You just had food and you were just outside. Relax. Most major Gulf indices rebound on global rally. Qatar slips. Coronavirus watch in Mideast. Over 4.2 million Turks receive second vaccine. Palestine receives first batch of vaccine through COVAX. Oman blocks Clubhouse app. Mideast arms imports grew by a quarter in a decade. Okay. Most of the Gulf falls in line with global shares. Not anymore. Baby bottle craze. Let's see. Mideast news. Mideast oil news. Hey, what? What do you want? You want to say hello? Is that what it is? There it is. 3 days ago. Middle East producers cash in on oil price rally. Oil see, 3 days ago, oil price rally, Yahoo Finance, careful, paid shills. Then 17 minutes ago, oil extends losing streak with markets shaken by inflation risk. Again, the reason I sold my U.S. oil is because as inflation rises, oil commodities, oil tends to basically, if the dollar starts to go up, oil tends to go down a little bit. So it's retracting. That's why I sold it for a profit. I just want to buy it back at a lower price. So that's what I want to do. No, you go play. Go on, go play. You want to say hello? You can say hello really quick. She wants to say hi. She needs her morning hug. She's getting the antsy here. Come on. All right, come here. Say hello. Look, open the camera right here. Look, say hello. What are you sniffing? That's my breakfast. See, there's nothing up here for you. Nothing up here for you. All right? What are you sniffing? There's no smells up here. There's no smells. What? What do you want? All right, down. See? Nothing up here. All right. She is the most awesome dog I've ever owned. She's fantastic. But she's very, very needy, wants her hugs and her kisses, and she wants her attention. But she's only a year and a half old, so she's still got puppy love in her. All right, India to cut Saudi Arabian oil imports and buy more from the U.S. What? No, here, you want a sausage? Sit. Sit. Take. All right. That's it. No more. That's all you're getting. All right. So taking a look, again, I think that, come on, really? Oil is on longest run of declines in over a year as rally phrase. See, this kind of crap. You look at a daily chart. This is a failure. This is a crash. Are you kidding me? Longest run of declines in over a year. Oil extended declines as inflation concerns rattled broader sentiment. Okay, all right. Well, the paper hands are going to sell right now, and I'm fine with that because I already took my profits before they did. And I'm out at 44.01, and that doesn't look like a crash. That looks like a nice stair-step rally retest going back up. Maybe too short. It got down to 42.08 today. Is this a better buy spot? I don't know. We'll see. This does not necessarily make a crash. That's all I'm saying. All right, back up to AMC. Where you at? Still holding 79 cents? Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay. She's literally sitting right next to my chair, my dog, and she's just staring at me like, why don't you acknowledge that I'm here? All right. Okay. You're a good dog. Yes, you are. All right. So volume, again, from the volume standpoint, let me go over to the 3-minute. I'm going to eliminate, because we're past an hour and a half almost, the externals. Let's get back into yesterday and extend this out a little bit. We've got the blue line below the red. We've got sellers in here, a little bit greater sellers here, but our buyers are still in control. This is discounted based on the prior volume being higher, even though, because then in a consolidation phase, you're going to see volume come in to buy, and that certainly looks very, very good. So we'll take that 1435. We might be looking at 1450 on this here. Bond yield surge. Okay, normal stuff there. And where are my options at here? Yeah, 28,000 contracts at 14 with a volume of 21,000. So it's the volume today at the 14 level for options tells me that's possibly where the war is going to be. But you've got 54% of the open interest on the $15 calls are in play. You've got 27,000 volume on the $15 calls based on open interest of 48,746 from yesterday. The open interest is always going to lag. It doesn't update during the day. The only thing that updates on the option chains is, so you're looking at call this research, okay? Call this reality. So your volume is your reality of contracts traded, your open interest, and then these trade like a stock ticker, and will tell you if they're bouncing green, going up, contracts going up, red, the contract is going down. And then what I do when I'm looking to buy an option, so let's take a look at April 16th, and let's take a look at what I have, and give that a second to populate. Okay, here's mine. So I have the the P over here is position. I have the $8 calls. Okay. Open interest on those 2,300. Most people, they bought in higher. So what this means is I got my calls in before many of these people. These people are buying. These are a lot of this open interest, and a lot of that volume from that open interest was people FOMOing in at a higher price than I did, which is great. We want them in the battle. We want people to buy call options. I think if people buy call options, there's a better chance of it happening than buying shares, because guys like me that have April 16th $8 calls that are in the money by over $6.35 a share, if they didn't hedge all of these in the money positions, then they have to go out and find those shares for settlement. So you got till the following Tuesday where they've got to supply those shares. Where the problem comes in is so look at this. So this is options expiration for quadruple witching, 30 days out, trading days. 30 days out, sorry. And you've got all this open interest here, and you got low volumes here. But now let's go back to March 19th, and here's the disclaimer on these options, okay? Everybody's like, great, they have to find all these shares. Look at all this volume. Look at all this open interest. You're going to see people on YouTube say, every one of them, all these shares, they have to go out and buy every one of these shares on Monday and Tuesday to fill those orders. No, they don't. Stop listening to everything that you hear on the internet being true, myself included. It says right down here at the bottom of the box, it says not financial or tax advice, not a financial advisor. With that said, if you are naive enough to believe that the hedge funds or the market makers or those holding opposite positions to all these in the money calls did not hedge some of them, or that they do not already own the shares, you're crazy. What they guess at is they guess the following. They guess how many people have the cash reserves to exercise their options. Normally, I don't hold my options. About 85, what do they estimate? 85 to 86% of all options expire, or are they say expire worthless. And the reason that number is so high is because the majority of people that trade options close their positions and they don't exercise the shares. If I'm up 130% on the $4 options, and I'm up 88% or so on the enough already. No. Go play. Go on. You gotta put you in your bed? On your bed. Go. On your bed. You're not gonna listen to me, are you? You're just gonna stare at me because you're cute. The majority of those options, they do not have to go out and purchase shares in the open market to cover those calls. I don't believe they do, because the other side of the equation is the puts. And the puts on the opposite side of the equation for this Friday, you've got all these puts over here, that are absolutely out of the money, right? Let's go to the in the money puts, and what you'll see, and this is the battle for the short position. Look at the in the money puts. All these puts are in the money for tomorrow. But look at the volume and look at the open interest. Look how low those are, right? So those are in the money. Now look at the around the monies for the puts. These are the puts, not the calls. And look at all this. This is the problem. This is a problem for those that took this company short. And they're going to pay a little bit of a price. It's not going to be the price that we're all thinking. So could we get a gamma squeeze? Could we get a short squeeze? It's entirely possible. The problem comes in, again, the biggest problem we have on the calls for tomorrow is that, like me, I have 150 calls times 100 shares each is 15,000 shares times $15 for the S triple Qs. So, but that's out to April 16th. That's $225,000 that I would have to have available in my account to exercise and have at play. Do I plan to exercise those? I don't know. I don't think I will exercise those calls. It depends what the market is doing. If the market is slammed and I'm huge up and there's further downside, I may take the profit, roll it into a further out short position. It depends. I'm looking for a correction. That's what I'm looking for. And so all of these AMC shares, and we're currently up 79 cents right now, all of these AMC call options, the problem is I think that there's probably a 60 or a 70% chance that every retail investor that bought these may not have the cash reserves available to exercise, which means if they sell their position before the market closes tomorrow, that market maker doesn't have to come up with those shares for settlement. They only have to come up with the shares for settlement for options that exercise. They do not have to hold the position, and they won't hold the position on options that may exercise. They have to go out and buy them, and then they're playing this game. So if they know through tradition, enough. That's enough. No, you're not getting any more snacks. Fine. One more piece of sausage. Ready? Go get it. I start giving her food. I shouldn't give her food, but she's a cool dog. All right. So if they know that they don't have to go out, because the majority of the people that hold these options are not going to exercise them because they don't have the cash in their freaking account. They took a bet. They were 100% correct on their bet. They're going to make money. They've got to close out that position tomorrow. That's where the battle is going to be. The battle is not only in people that are buying more, and I've got cash reserves to buy more tomorrow if I need to support the stock, because I like the stock long. I think it's a good company. But you're going to see a lot of people selling their call options tomorrow because they don't have the cash to exercise. Now, let's say that you're in the money, what most brokerages do, I know Schwab does, because this is in their agreement with me, they can sell my positions at any time. I gave them permission to do that. You all do, whether you realize it or not, you all give them permission to do that. So let's say that you don't, let's say you're in the money on a call option, and let's say you hold the $12 call options, and let's say you have 10 contracts at $12. Okay, so 10 times 12, or 10 contracts times 100 is 1,000 shares times 12 is $12,000. And let's say you only have $10,000 cash in your account. Let's say some of that's margin, whatever the case is. Okay, up to your margin limit. Check with your broker for their particular rules. They all vary just a little bit. So let's say you have 10 grand in there. What your broker will do if you do not close out that position before market close tomorrow is they will close your position by exercising the amount they need, and then they'll sell the shares they need to for the remainder that you don't have in your account. So you'll get exercised for an amount equal to about $10,000 to equal your cash position. They will sell your shares in the money at market, typically within the last hour before the market closes. So sometimes your position will be sold out by your broker before the close of the day. Some will hold and add liquidity through their own internal market makers internally over the weekend, but in most cases that'll show up as exercised. So if that's the case, then if those shares don't have to be provided, that's why these battles come in, and that's why you need people stepping up on the round dollar values of a stock at the end of the day. Again, 1401 doesn't matter yesterday, doesn't matter today if we end at 13.99. You'll see people in Reddit, hold the line, come on, somebody buy, hold the line, we gotta get up to 14. It's irrelevant. You know, it simply does not matter. What matters is Friday on options expiration, how many call options get stuck above or below that line. And again, with AMC, it trades on the 50s, trades on the 50 cents. So it's going to be at $13.50, $14, $14.50, $15, etc. So that's the history lesson on options, in my opinion, anyway. And I still got a decision to make. I got those $4 call options, and right now I'm in the money quite a bit. Let's see where we're at here. Oh, I check my daily profit as I on my phone, and I'm up $8,100 right now. Nice. Okay. So on those options right now, my $4 options, I got a $17,000 profit. I'm up 131 cents on my $4 options. My $8 call options for April 16th, I am up 103.92%. The shares I own, I'm up 39% on the shares. So that's certainly looking really nice. And so I'm having a good day today. I'm having a good day because the S&P dropped, let's be honest. And AMC is up. So if that makes sense on the option side of things and what you're looking at, again, you're going to hear other people have different opinions on options and expiration. I know I got low viewership on my channel. I hope I'm giving you guys quality content. I'm not doing it for clickbait, obviously, because I have a lot of other fun, goofy stuff going on. I am trying to build a community for longer term stuff because I'm doing this anyway. I'm trading anyway throughout the day. So I've not placed any trades today though. The last trades I traded were yesterday when I added 50 more call options to my SQQs. So I have 150 call options out to April 16th at $15 on the SQQs. And let's see where that's at right now. I'm down today on that, but I'm okay with that right now because I don't think we can sustain. So here's the options for, let's go to April 16th. And give that a second update. And here's mine. I've got them at $15 a share, and you can see most of the interest is at 14. I took a lower cost. I wanted to get it under $1 per contract, and so I did. And I think I'm averaged at like 93 cents a contract. So I'm down about 5 cents a contract right now. I'm playing with the dog off to the side. Tail's wagging like crazy. Okay, what? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Tell me. Speak. Why can't we have a conversation? Why can't you learn English, Spanish, Russian, Polish, whatever? I don't think Polish is a language. Or is it? I don't know. Swahili, Japanese, Korean, Portuguese? You speak Portuguese? What do you want? No, you're not getting food. You already ate. I gave you snacks too. And you got 2 treats. You already got 2 treats. You got stuff in your eyes. All right, get out of here. Beat it. Okay. So this is an absolute bet that the market will tank, and the triple Qs are at 1362 right now. I'm at 1363. So 13.62 divided into 15 is 9%. So I'm about half of that will get me a 100% gain. So if the market drops 4.5% between now and really the Nasdaq between now and April 16th, I'm up 100% on these options probably because it's leveraged. But a dangerous buy. It's a dangerous play. I'm betting against a bull market, and I lost yesterday and I was wrong, at least short term. What that means is I could be seriously in the money right now. I did buy 50 more call options, which put me in the money so far on my call options because it lowered my cost basis. But I still own 1,000 shares of the SQQs at 1363. So that's where I'm at on the S triple Qs. You can see my positions. You can see my positions here, up here. You can see my $15 call options down here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. So again, there's my 1,000 shares up here at 1365. Oh, yeah, 1365. Sorry, 1365. My shares are at 1,000 shares at 1365. So I misspoke. So I'm 4 cents away, or 3.5 cents away, 4 cents away now. 1361. 4 cents away from those breaking even on those. I understand she's telling you she likes the stock. Yeah, exactly right. She does. You like AMC? What I did do yesterday while I was at Red Robin, waiting for my date for her to get there off of work. I did go ahead and install that on my phone, which is the AMC app. And so I do have the app on there. I still have not made it to Costco. I've got my list going. I got to get over there before the weekend. I want to buy my AMC. I'm going to buy probably about $150 of AMC movie tickets, and they're the yellow ones. And I'm going to give some to some neighbors. And because they've all got kids that are stuck in the house, and as these movies start to come out, they can go take their kids to movies that are out of school anyway, and middle of the day, because the teachers don't even know whether they're there or not. They just put it on Zoom and leave their volume done, and then later on say, well, I was on, I can't figure out how to get the microphone to work. It goes goofy sometimes. My mom gave me this computer, my dad gave me this computer. I don't know how it works. I was there. Okay. All right, so let's go back to AMC. So good story for AMC for options. It's going to be a battle tomorrow. That's for sure. Let's go back to the stock and the time to sales. And market depth, get me my level 2 quotes again. And 1434 up 78 cents. No, you're not getting anything else. You already had enough treats. What time is it? 8:09. Yes, I know, it's getting close. So you get to walk a little bit. All right, so let's go back up here. And I'm going to drag this down for now. Where are we at here? And here's back to our live AMC. We'll drop it down to the 30-second. And then I want to pull this up. Nice. I say nice because the only thing I'm down on today is my 2 leaps are down $51 on U.S. oil, but those are $57 call options out to January of 2022. So those will be profitable for me down the road. And my 9 meters pharma calls, my $2 calls, are only worth $125. But I own 5,000 shares, and those are up today. So I still have a loss on those. My 9 meters, I'm down 338. That's a longer term play. I was wrong on the options though. So shame on me. I'll lose about $1,400 on the options. But I own $8,900 worth of the stock. So I think longer term I'll make that money back. I was just on the wrong side of that trade. I did sell the other day. I did sell out 100% of my Microsoft April 16th options, and those were the Microsoft. What was it? 235s? Yeah, 235s out to April. And I sold them when it was where are we at here? 1 hour. When did I sell those things? I forget what day it was. But I think it was Monday. I think Monday is when I went cash. So almost right where it's at right now, but or maybe it was later in the day. I think it was later in the day. It was up here somewhere in this range is when I sold my options. I didn't get the absolute top, but I was pretty close. What is your problem? Go on your bed. Come on, let's go. Enough. Go on your bed. You can relax in there for me. I'll give you your bone. We're almost done. Here you go. That's okay. All right. Sorry about that. She's got to learn that she's not going to get attention 24 hours a day. All right. Okay, so Microsoft calls, I got out of those. Let's take a look overall at the market, the heat map. Got a little duller. And by dollar, we're looking at the Dow Jones is still up 125 points. Again, that's going to be your banks, your drug stocks, everything else up over there. Home Depot up just a little bit. Apparel, consumer cyclical, United Armor, your banks, or I'm sorry, your defense stocks. Now Boeing is down a little bit. Lockheed Martin up a little bit. I'm glad I didn't trade those. And then what else am I looking for here? I always lose these. Let me find it. Come on. Ugh. John Deere. Here we go. It's always so small. Look at this small freaking box for airlines. All right, so Southwest up 0.19%. Delta up 0.39%. UAL up 0.46%. American Airlines up 1%. And Alaska basically flat up 0.01. I'm waiting for Boeing to drop. I want Boeing. I want to get back into Boeing when the real opening up of the economy happens. This is the fake reopening right now. And I want to buy it and I want to own those shares and make another run at it. But I haven't done my due diligence on Boeing yet. When I do my due diligence on Boeing, I will share that with you all. But I made quite a decent amount of money last year playing Boeing on both sides of the equation. More than probably 4 or 5 times. I bought and sold that thing all the time. All right. So we're up 82 cents to 14.39. GameStop is up $2. Yay. There we go. They're up to 2.11, 2.12 now. Call it $2. So they're up about 1%, while AMC is up 6%. So what that means is we've wiped away all the losses that we had the other day, right? So we're up big time on Monday. Where's my hour chart? We were up big time on Monday. 1449 is where we got up to, and we are almost back to that now. So the loss that we had on Tuesday, on the 16th, has all been regained, set possibly a new support level in the 12s, or really $13, call it. High 12s, 13. Nice consolidation yesterday. Very, very nice rise yesterday. Now we're back up to retest. This wick on this candle today did not exceed the 1449. We got close for 1454, but it hasn't given me a pivot. Interesting. So we did beat the high of Monday, which is good. So we got a high of 1454 on the day, and that was right over here on this candle, which was pretty much right at the open, right? Let's see where that is. Let's find our 1454. There it is. About 40 minutes after the open. So 40 minutes after the open, we hit the high on the day. So that's actually pretty good. So now that we're consolidating a little bit, as the overall market basically just vacillates back and forth here, and we look at the S&P is down 17. Right where it was at the open, dropped a little bit, and then now it's coming back a little bit too. So we have that going on. We have the NASDAQ composite down 191. We talked about that already, mainly being all the tech stuff that's down on the heat map. Dollar trading up. Dow Jones up 128. Took our 30-year yield up only 5 cents now. And the U.S. dollar pulled back off of it, the U.S. 10-year Treasury pulled back off of being up 10 cents, now up 8.7 cents. And then gold down 17. Platinum up $4, back above 12. I like to see that 12. I like to see 26 on silver. Even though it's down 12 cents, we're not down below 26. Palladium, nice run up $168 at 274. And gold still running through that 1700 level. Down 16, but staying well above 1700. So my magic numbers on gold, platinum, and silver: gold 1700, platinum 1200, and silver $26. And on Bitcoin, I only have 15% in Bitcoin. I'm more interested in Ethereum, and I like the $1,800 level for Ethereum. It gets there and it forms a nice base around that point, and then it climbs back up. So we'll see. Got some good support levels here down to 1780 or so. So that looks pretty good. AMC 1438 on the day, or 1440 up 84 cents. GameStop up $3, and so that's looking good. Oh my goodness! Is your whole world ending? What? No. No. Go play. Go on. All right. Had to let her out. Her whining was getting annoying. All right. Palantir 2473. I talked about this. I was looking at possibly scalping on this, but I should have done it. I would have done it on the open. I probably would have caught it up here. And I don't know where I would have sold. I might have been in an upside down position right now. So I'm glad I didn't scalp it. Even if I did, if I got lucky on the scalp and taking a look at not this one, but this one right here. And let's say I bought at the top of that and I got lucky, maybe 0.5%. So not worth the juice. And too much risk on in a down market. So the VIX right now is right at 20.0 is where the VIX is at. Rocket, again, 24.27. We got out of that. Tesla 679. So that out of coffee. 679 on Tesla. So down $22. We'll see where that shapes up for a battle tomorrow. If it gets up to 700 or so. But that'll be interesting to see what happens there. Right? Right? You a good dog? Are you a good dog? Yes? You think you're a good dog? Down. Up. Good dog. No treats though. All right. Ford, I shouldn't have sold my shares. It's up to $12.96. What did I sell my Ford at again? Let's see here. Let me look at my orders. Ford, where are you at? Oh, I got to flip accounts. Hold on. That was in my rollover, one of my rollover accounts. No, stop it. 1254. So yeah, I missed out on, let's see, 1254. So let's see, 12.97 minus 1254. And I got some out in the 1260s too. 1262, 1263. So 43 cents. So about $2,000. But that's about $2,000. I guarantee you right now, I've made more than $2,000 in my triple Qs, my short triple Qs. My short triple Qs. Where's my? Oh, I got to go back in the other account. I kept 250 shares of Ford though, so I'm up $68 on those today. No, I'm not doing it. No. You can sit there and whine and just sit there. Let's see. My S triple Qs today, they're up $4,000. So we'll see on that. All right, so looking pretty good there. Market's looking, kind of a flat day after it dropped. It's kind of consult. No, stop it. Go. No. No, stop whining. No. What do you want? You got to go out again? Is that what it is? Because you drank all that water. All right, let me go let her out again. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, she did have to go to the bathroom. So she did a number 2. All right, so we're back. We're about to close it up here for the in-between part of the day. And so I'm going to put up the... Let me disconnect this one here. Hold on a second. And then... actually, hold on. Here, 1 second. I want to pull this one down into this one. There we go. Should. Okay. Give that a second to update. All right, so we'll be back at 11:30. So about 3 hours from now, we'll be back. AMC is up 79 cents. Nice consolidation phase here. Volume looking okay. Not quite at the halfway point anyway. I don't think we're going to hit the 152. I'd be surprised if actually we might hit 100 million. So 61.9 divided into 152.31. So we've hit 41% of the volume, 2 hours in, but it's going to slow down during lunchtime. Don't freak out if it goes down a little bit. You're not going to have buyers till this afternoon come back in. So you may see the bears come in and drive this back down to either the 50. I don't think the 180. The 180 is the white, and the 200 is the red, and the 50 is the green. So 50 period moving average. So that's on a 3-minute. I'll just call that my smooth chart, and you'll see the volatility over here, and that's where that's at there. So GameStop holding on to its gains, 220 at 211. They're gonna have a battle for 200, I think, unless they can get a run and get back up to 250 or so. I don't know that they can. I don't think there's enough juice in it. But there definitely is for AMC. So we may see AMC hit the 1450s for tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know if it can hit 15. It might. I think that if I'm out there having cash on the side available to make other additional purchases, I can't be the only one with cash on the side ready to go. So so we have that. All right, so I think that's going to do it for now. I'm going to leave this running, and we'll put the 8 chart up. And we'll maximize that. Give that a minute to load. So I found out the bottleneck. The bottleneck is my streaming software, which is slowing everything down. Because once I close that out, this laptop just bangs, and it does a super good job with everything else I throw at it, except for when the streaming software is running, because I'm running the streaming software off of my laptop. So again, what we have over here is we have the S&P 500 in the top left. We have the VIX, the volatility index down here, and then you have the NASDAQ composite. So you won't see, you will not see any volume on those indices, right? Because they don't trade volume, they're indices. All right. You got Boeing over here. You've got Tesla down below, NVIDIA over here, GameStop and AMC. And you can look at those numbers. I know they might be a little bit hard to read. Let's see here. Oh, that's wrong. So let me properties. All right, so we will be back in about 3 hours. And where's my? There we go. deleted. And then so 1440 on AMC right now. GameStop's at 211.94. Okay, that's good. All right, so we'll put that up. And oops, let me kill the webcam. All right, we'll see y'all in about 3 hours.
Me, me, the three of us, we are soldiers. No, no, we never blush. We are soldiers. The three of us, we are soldiers. make the three of us. We are soldiers. No, we never blush. We are soldiers. The three of us. We are soldiers. try to move